abilities, encompassing the reflective discovery of information, the understanding of how information is produced and valued, and the use of information in creating new knowledge. Now, evidently, a key focus of said information literacy is seen, or as we now know it as today, is being someone who is able to locate, evaluate, and use information independently. And especially at the tertiary level, this is what we expect our students to do. We expect them to locate the information on their own. We expect them to use information, right, without us as their lecturers giving much input. In a pedagogical environment, information literacy applies not just to students' ability to make citations and bibliographies, but also to how students digest information and news of all types. So while an educator or the librarian may initiate information literacy efforts, the task should be diffused throughout the curriculum so students can build up skills over time. And this is said by Najam Badi back in 2017. And this same person continues to say that this skill sets or this build-up of skills should be done from the preliminary stages of learning. And of course, we would say the preliminary stages of learning back here in Jamaica starts at the primary level. So primary, secondary, and of course, building them up to the tertiary level. I will now be looking at information literacy and education in general. Information literacy has become the purview of the library profession, as librarians have always educated their users on how to find and use information. Now, back in 2005, Julien states that librarians have made teaching others how to access and evaluate information a core responsibility to their professional skill sets. So what we realize, especially at the tertiary level, the librarians are the ones who are ensuring that these skill sets are met or had by our students. For this reason, librarians have developed various kinds of programs for educating their users. School libraries make a difference in students' understanding and achievements and provide support for teaching and learning throughout the school. The school library is pivotal to developing 21st century learners. It is a fundamental resource for supporting students' learning and a key support for teaching staff. It reflects and encourages collaborative learning and sharing of ideas. It's not just a one-man thing. The librarian alone can't do it, or the teacher who is in charge of teaching information literacy can't do it alone. So it's a collaborative effort between the librarians as well as the lecturers or the teachers. Information literacy has particular relevance to the education system of any country, since another way of describing it is learning how to learn. This means that information literacy is basic to learning. The development of information literacy skills amongst students requires both the teaching staff and information professionals working collaboratively, and we stated that before. Schools are said to have the chief responsibility of educating the nation's citizens and preparing them to face the challenges to survive in this information society. There are several information literacy models that can assist these individuals to ensure that our students have the skill sets to go on. Such models will include the Big Six model, we have the Coulthard model, along with the Marlins model. And there are other models that are out there that can be used to ensure that these information literacy skills are understood and achieved by our students. All the information literacy models have components that reflect the idea of learning how to learn, thus making them an important part of the education system. And lastly, information literacy models show the ideal path to follow when seeking to find, analyze, and use information. Information literacy models foster the development of research, problem solving, and metacognitive skills. They serve as guidelines for developing the information skills curriculum for integration into classroom teaching. And I will now hand over to Dr. Heath.
So what can we now say about the situation in Jamaica? Based on the findings of a study by Rodney Wellington in 2014, we see that she said that information literacy should be viewed as one of the most important subjects to be taught in Jamaican schools. I dare say it should be deemed as the most important, because it's based on information, the garnering of information literacy skills that students will be able to excel in other subject areas. In another study by Chambers Lynn in 2012, we see that the Ministry of Education in Jamaica did not have an official policy or curriculum for information literacy. And this is frightening. This continues to be a sore point amongst teacher librarians and some administrators who are aware of the need for and the pivotal role that such a program plays in the lives of our children, especially the high school children who are being prepared for tertiary studies. So teachers and librarians or teacher librarians are left at the mercy of the system. Many of them have to develop their own curricula. I know a number of you might be aware of this situation, and so there is there's no standard. There is nothing that is guiding the process in terms of what is to be taught when and that sort of thing. I know that the CAPE syllabus now includes in the information studies course, it now includes a unit on information literacy. I think it's one or two of the units on information literacy. But I dare say we can't wait until students get there to start to expose them or to push information literacy. In the Jamaican system, the teaching of information literacy is more organized and visible at the tertiary level, although some amount of it is also done at the primary and secondary levels. But what happens is that because of how organized it is at the tertiary levels, when our students come to us at the tertiary levels without having been exposed adequately or having gained any of the skills involved in information literacy, they are lost because the system at the tertiary level is completely different from what they are accustomed to, and some of them become very frustrated. At the primary and secondary levels, the subject is still often being referred to as library skills. Some of you might have heard of that. We want to upgrade or update that term to information literacy skills, because that's really what it is. And I dare say media and information literacy skills, but that's a whole conversation for another time. But UNESCO has twinned both media literacy and information literacy to create media and information literacy, which is a term that we will be using going forward within the profession. And we find that many teacher librarians or many persons who are teaching information literacy within the schools, and I changed from teacher librarian to saying that because that's one of the things we find happening. Teachers in some schools, subject teachers, are being given the responsibility of running the school library or of offering information literacy sessions when they themselves are not adequately skilled in information literacy. And so many people just swing in the direction of teaching parts of a book, Dewey Decimal Classification System, the catalog, that kind of thing. They stay in the safe zone. Now libraries are automated, and a lot of the applications that children have to encounter are through automated systems. And so we have to delve into a lot more than the surface matter, which is why a curriculum is needed from the ministry level. For some schools that do not offer library skills as a standalone subject, these competencies might be taught through integration with other subjects, but we want it to be standalone. Rodney Wellington's findings show that students who are exposed to information literacy instruction perform better academically than those who are not. You can actually tell when students are information literate due to the quality of the work that is presented to you. And I tell you, sometimes the students who are information literate actually teach their teachers, because they come at you with some information that astounds you. You never thought of it, but they dig deeply and they find it sometimes. In some of the schools where these skills are taught, instruction began at the primary level and continued until grade 7 or 8 at the secondary level. And then there's sometimes a refresher course when students get to grades 10, 11 before they actually approach CSEC. In Jamaica, information literacy skills are sometimes taught by a classroom or subject teacher, a librarian or the teacher librarian. It is therefore rarely taught through collaboration between the librarian and classroom subject teacher. We want that to take place. There has to be collaboration in the interest of the students. Teachers might be consulted occasionally by librarians, but it really is not a structured system. We need to see a timetabled library skills or information studies session to facilitate the development of these skills among students. Information literacy instruction was introduced in secondary schools through the ROSE program that many of you know about. And what the program was trying to do was to develop or to tackle the concerns that were seen as detrimental to secondary education, the secondary education system. The main goal was to provide a common curriculum with methods proposed for achieving equality, equity in basic educational opportunities. Some of the skills that were maybe learned included how to cite information used, to avoid plagiarism, practice ethical behavior in relation to the use of technology. And these are all a part of information literacy, but they are just a minute portion. I am going to skip a bit to speak about the tertiary level because I'm getting the time signal, so let me just hurry along. At the tertiary level, most institutions have come to recognize the importance of information literacy for learning, and we see that the teachers' colleges have embraced this. We know that our teachers are being prepared for information literacy instruction, so they are being prepared to guide students through information literacy. I know you also actually have a solid program of information literacy where teachers are being taught how to become information literate. And so that is good. You will impact the students when you go in, teachers will impact the students when they go into the classrooms. However, it's not enough. We need to have them entering teachers' colleges information literate to begin with. Okay, and that is what we are pushing. The University of the West Indies also has an information literacy unit. That's how important they see information literacy as. Forgive me for jumping. Want to get to the critical point where we speak about our actual. Okay, so in conclusion, information literacy forms a basis for students to master lifelong learning, which is basically where we're pushing for when we train people as information literate, in information literacy. We want them to become independent learners, critical thinkers, and to master the process of inquiry. Developed countries have embraced information literacy, and these populations tend to be far advanced because the systems are set up to support that, especially amongst children in school. It is hoped that the government of Jamaica will come to realize the importance and value of information literacy for future development, and so will move to enact the type of policies that will support such a program in our primary and high schools. This will ensure seamless transition from high school to tertiary institutions. In short, when students receive information literacy skills instruction, they'll conduct better research, improve on their information discovery skills, improve their evaluation of information, and learn about plagiarism prevention. What are our recommendations? And I'll take my seat after this. The key is to so prepare students that their transition into tertiary institutions will be seamless. As a matter of urgency, all Jamaican primary and secondary school students need to be outfitted with a well-equipped automated library, at least one trained teacher librarian, and a library technical assistant. 2, the teacher librarian should be recognized as a specialist teacher who will be responsible for administering the information literacy program throughout the school. 3, such a program should be integrated into the school curriculum, supported by a national primary school or secondary school curriculum supplied by the Ministry of Education, Jamaica. And might I add right here that I'm in the process of creating such a possible curriculum to introduce it to the Ministry of Education. You see a problem, it doesn't make sense to criticize it, it makes sense to try to solve it. So this will bring about standardization to the content and delivery of information literacy instruction. Further to this is the need for an information literacy policy for schools that will guide administrators, teacher librarians, and other key stakeholders. An education officer for information literacy also needs to be appointed to see to the optimal delivery of information literacy instruction in schools across the island. Students from grades 10 to 13 should be immersed in IL sessions geared towards preparing them for tertiary studies, and this should include field trips to libraries in tertiary institutions, hands-on information literacy training sessions, etc. Also, there is place for a Caribbean secondary examination in information literacy. I know I've gone over the time. Thank you so much for your attention. I will take my seat.
Okay, all right. Let us give a healthier round of applause to Dr. Heath and Ms. Sinclair. Very, very thought-provoking, very, very insightful presentation. As I sat there, I totally agree with what these presenters are saying about the need for information literacy, not just at the tertiary level, because I believe all of us sitting in here this morning are tertiary level lecturers or administrators, and those of us who are actively involved with the students recognize how very, very important information literacy is, and that perhaps, as was said, it needs to become one of those very, very important subjects, if not the most important subject to be taught. And I know that while teaching my students, I point out to them how important information literacy is, because some of them might say, Miss, I don't see the need for that course there now, because I don't understand one thing I learn inside of it, and I don't see why I should learn it. And many times I have to point out to them that, look, this course I am teaching you, and all of the courses that you're doing here, you need information literacy, because as was said, you need to know how to locate the information, you need to know how to use it, and you need how to use it to become independent learners. Because this is something that I emphasize at the college level, that our students must learn to become independent learners, because we want them to become lifelong learners, and they cannot do it without information literacy. At this time, we have 10 minutes to field some questions to our presenters, so feel free at this moment. 8 minutes, I am told, so feel free at this moment to ask questions. Go ahead. Sure. Hold on, please, doctor. Can you take this out? Hold on, please. Hold on. Can you just come?
Thank you. I was just saying that it's a position paper, it's not a research paper. Yeah.
To what extent, though, has the introduction and emergence and preponderance of AI-based technologies, how will that impact the delivery of information literacy courses?
Excellent question. Because that is actually what we are staring in the face right now, with especially programs such as applications such as ChatGPT, which is the order of which is on everybody's tongues. I believe, unlike the knee-jerk reaction of some educators where they say, oh, we have to find ways around it so that our students will not cheat and our students will not this. I dare to differ. I believe we need to actually embrace these technologies in such a way that we find creative ways of including it in what we are teaching our students. And that way, we are able to keep tabs on the activities that they are undertaking within the whole AI space. And we are teaching them to be information literate when we do that. Because I downloaded ChatGPT and I started interacting with it, because you have to know where your students are at in order to beat them at their game. And what I realized was that it takes a certain degree of information literacy skills in order to interact effectively with these AI applications. And so, that's my take on it. I'm probably too liberal, but that's how I see it. Embrace it.
All right. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Heath, as a librarian myself, I'm very grateful for this presentation, but I want to add to the discussion that we tie information literacy to academic integrity so that we can understand the depth, and how important it is to education itself. And so in the creation of our academic integrity policies, all of this needs to be tied in, especially with the emerging technologies and that sort of thing. So I am, librarians, we really emphasize academic integrity and, of course, the development of information literacy in our schools. So thank you for the discussion, and I hope that we can leave here thinking deeper. And we're your educators for lecturers and teachers to go and push that, because I find that there is a problem even from the educators pushing academic integrity and seeing the importance of information literacy.
Thank you.
4 minutes to go, so we can field 2 more questions. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you so much for your presentation. Is there a unit or that deals with teaching students to recognize fake news? Because I teach French and Spanish, and of course we do a lot of writing, a lot of research when we're studying the literature. And they sometimes download information from websites that are erroneous. They quote from people who were not born. As a website that lists individuals. So how do we address that? And does your program address that?
Absolutely. That is definitely, well, as I said, and this is a problem we're having, there is no curriculum at the Ministry of Education that guides the process of teaching information literacy skills. And that is where we need to go. That would definitely be a part of, or maybe more than just a unit, but it has to be a part of it, because I find that even at the tertiary level, and you can all bear me witness, Wikipedia, our students rush to Wikipedia. And I keep saying to them, if any of you ever quote Wikipedia, I don't want any assignment where I see Wikipedia in any reference list or anything like that, because people are able to manipulate it. It's not trustworthy information. But our students don't understand this. An information literate student would. Okay? And so we need to actually make sure that they understand. And that's why I'm saying media and information literacy, because they get so much information from the media component these days. They're on social media, and that's where a lot of the fake news is found. And they swallow it up as gospel and give it back to us. They're going to fail. They're going to fail, but they don't understand that. Very important.
We can take only one more, those who did not get a chance to.
All right, so, okay, Dr. Heath, just 2 quick questions, because this is very pertinent to what we do at TCJ. We at TCJ, perhaps the discussion preceding this would have involved, because I know, Rashana, you teach information literacy, right? I'm a teacher of information literacy. Now, I have 2 questions. One of the challenges I'm having is capturing information literacy skills at the tertiary level. One of the suggestions that LEAJA, for example, made, they had a petition about 2 years ago that information literacy skills should be taught at primary schools, so that when the students come to us at high schools,
Yes.
and so when the students come to us, they would come armed with those skills instead of really, because it is, as an instructor of information literacy, I've been teaching this from over almost 25 years. I find that students who are taught in the high schools to cite sources, when they do SBS, they don't. So what is your suggestion? Do you think that we are really catching it a bit late?
As a matter of fact, I noticed you said primary schools, and we did start in our discussion at the primary school level, but I dare say early childhood. It's not too early to start introducing children to information literacy at the early childhood stage. That's what we really should be doing, and that's what first world countries are doing. Yes, so it's an immersion from that stage that ought to be taking place. But when they get to us at the tertiary level, they are frustrated, they don't know what to do. The primary school, but our primary school children are not given the kind of exposure that they should, because many primary schools, and I say this without fear of contradiction, many of our primary schools do not have trained librarians. Somebody is assigned, a senior teacher is assigned to what we call a library. Sometimes it's just a book room, a room with some books put down in boxes, and the children are sent there for punishment. You're giving trouble, go to the library, and they're supposed to go in there and read. That is what is happening at that level. And so the foundation is not being set. They go to high school, and they have a trained librarian, more than likely, but that person isn't being guided by a curriculum. And so the person is doing whatever he or she wishes, in whatever way he or she wishes. We need to have, before I sit, I will repeat, we need to have an education officer or some education officers with complete responsibility for information literacy within our schools. The policy needs to be put in place, and the curriculum needs to be put in place. That's the only way we will move forward as a nation.
Can we say amen to that? Yes, a bigger amen. That sounds puny. Amen? All right, we have come to the end of this sermon, all right? I want to tell you that the scan code is on the entrance door, so there will be no papers going around for evaluation. So to evaluate this presentation, please take your phones to the entrance door and just scan the QR code and quickly complete the evaluation form. Dr. Heath and Ms. Sinclair, please come forward for me to express our thank you. This is really an enlightening presentation. I stoutly endorse everything that you have said. It should really begin at the EC level. Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Sinclair, please come forward. I totally apologize to you. I didn't recognize that you were there. Thank you very much. All right. Dr. Heath, is it your laptop?
Good morning again, everyone. Right, so we get into our second presentation for this room, and this is a topic that I'm personally interested in. We're going to be looking at developing a college culture of research, removing the anxiety. And coming with that presentation, we'll have Ms. Michelle McFarlane. She is the HOD 2 Principal Lecturer with responsibility for professional development and collaboration at Sam Sharp Teachers College. We made an adjustment. My apologies, we made an adjustment. She holds a Master's of Educational Technology from University of British Columbia and a Master of Science in Educational Administration and Leadership from Central Connecticut State University. She's currently pursuing a Doctorate of Education degree in Teaching and Learning with Emerging Technology at the University of the West Indies. Mrs. McFarlane is committed to investing time and energy in the development of pedagogical skills in young teachers. Let us make welcome Mrs. Michelle McFarlane.
You have turn off thumb drive?
Yeah, this one. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I know you're anxious for your other presenter, so I'll just do this very quickly and get on with it. So just give me a minute here and we'll get it on, sir. Okay, so now we're talking about developing a culture of research, removing the anxiety, but importantly as well, providing supportive systems. Because I am sure at this conference, there might be 11 other persons who are talking about a culture of research. When I looked in the program, I realized that I am in no way unique. And so my particular way is we want to look at how we provide supportive systems. But before we are able to do that, we must be able to remove the anxiety. So we want to look at the challenges that tertiary educators face that actually prevent us from doing research, as well as the supportive systems that must be in place to formulate that culture of research. So we are going to be looking at that. Oh, that slide is terrible. But in any event, we want to, what the literature says is that we do it because in recent years, the ranking of our colleges and universities become dependent on the number of papers that we have out there, how well published we are, so it becomes a thing. We also do it because our students, we would want them to see us engaging in research because it is a form of mentorship. And so if they see us engaged in research, then they will quite likely become more in tune to doing it. Additionally, we get our own personal satisfaction. But more than anything else is this thing about publishing or perishing. It is like a big stick that is there. Every move you make, you must publish, or else you will perish. Every staff meeting, every joint board you go, it's the same thing. Publish or perish. And so it's almost like a terrifying thing to us. This is what people feel like we're dancing around naked on the platform. Because when persons hear about research, because if you are saying to us, do it, do it, do it, do it, and we are not doing it, there must be a reason. And so my research is looking at how we feel like we are naked, dancing around on the platform, because we feel as if we are going to be exposed. So the research is looking at that particular perspective. The method that we used, and I must say to you that this is a research that started sometime before. About 3 or 4 years ago, the previous principal of our institution, Dr. Gow Morrison, and the vice principal, Mrs. Marcia Thomas, myself, and Dr. Wendy Borowski from California State University got together, and we looked at how we could complete we could formulate a culture of research at our institution. Now, what came out of that was a quantitative perspective. So we were just looking at, what are some of the elements based on the literature, what the literature says. So we sent out questionnaires and we did get some information. And as a result of that, coming from that, I am now taking up the study on this leg to look at the qualitative perspectives. Before I could actually take up the qualitative perspectives, however, the whole matter of trying to see, because some time had elapsed, I still went in again and did a little bit of quantitative to do that. But the study was explored. It's a case study, a mixed method case study. Creswell says that we have the liberty to do that because case studies can be mixed in that way. So the study was explored within the bounded system of college lecturers. Using multiple sources. So we used multiple sources. We looked at documents and reports. Some of those same very documents that were saying, do the research, you have to, you're going to publish or perish or whatever. So we have those. I use semi-structured questionnaires, focus group discussions, and individual interviews. The questionnaires were based along the challenges and hindrances, and these were identified, these areas were identified through the literature. And so those were what helped to formulate the types of questions. The interviews were subdivided again into sections that allowed us to answer the research questions. I did try to pilot this test, this instrument, or the questionnaire, by asking colleagues who would not be involved in the study to kind of give a feedback on the nature of the questions and if it is flowing and so on. Suspect you could call that a pilot. The sample was a convenient sample purposive. The lecturers I think most of the persons ended up at about up to 21 years. And as I mentioned, the focus groups and so on. I did do from the questionnaire, about 60% of the persons responded. Ethical considerations. In qualitative research, and I guess in any research, you have to look at the power setting. And so the persons who were participating, especially in the focus group and the interviews, were told that, listen, this is not compulsory, nothing that you say will be used in any decision-making process. And in addition, if you were not comfortable, you just didn't need to do it. So that was one of the things. The data we used, Microsoft 2013, and I used Otter AI to transcribe from audio to text, and then I used QDA Minor to see if I could pull it together by means of a code, by coding and establishing themes and so on. I'm just learning about QDA Minor, and so I feel pretty much like I'm dancing right here on the stage. You know, I don't know, I don't, all right, so what came out of it? The study showed that there were different perceptions, and if you look at this, a little bit of persons felt that it was a waste of time, but most persons had a feeling that they would like to try it. They would like to do research. They would like to get into it. So that is saying something at the very beginning, because the amount of times we are told to publish or perish and we're not doing it, then it must be because we are not interested or we don't want to do it. But the research is showing, the data here says, no, it's not really that. We would love to do it. Again, the question came up, do you want to engage? And what we see here, about 87% of the persons say, yes, I would like to do it, it's just that I can't get around to it. And another set of persons says, I am just not comfortable doing it. I don't feel like I am good at it. And in this particular slide, you'll see that nobody indicated that they were not interested. They just did not get around to it. 12% said, yeah, I'm fine. I don't need you. I'm good. Here, when asked what are the major challenges, 75% said time. And the other person said uncertainty of what to do, how to do it. A question was asked, do you experience anxiety or stress? And interestingly, about 80% of the study showed that yes, from the questionnaire, yes, because some persons said yes, straight up. Over 20% said yes. Some persons, about 10% said sometimes, most times. But about 50% said sometimes. So when we combine all of that, about 80 to 90% of persons experience some level of stress at the point of engaging in research. Why? What are you afraid of? Well, one of the things is that they lacked the skills. That was a thing that came out. Over 40% that we spoke to said that they felt that, they didn't have the skills. A big question is, if you incentivize research, which incentive would be most motivating to you? And 50% of the study said, look, we wouldn't mind being recognized for what we do. Use it towards upward mobility. We would love that. And the other percent, about 25% more, said, look here, just give us the time. If you give us the time, we are good. We will go to sea with research. You don't worry about incentivizing anything like that. Just give us the time and let us get on with it. Now, in the literature, it explains why we have feelings of inadequacy. What I found very interesting was an old source. Yes, it was cited, but it was cited pretty new. Bandura said that anxiety is negatively associated with self-efficacy due to the fear of failure. From this study, we can see persons having anxiety issues. Mentorship is also a factor. Were you mentored? Did you get to see anybody engaging in that? This is what we feel like. This is it. It's hopeless. It's gray. It's dark. But I'm going to talk to you now about the voices that came, some of the things that came out of it. So, as I said, I was driven by the qualitative component. So one person said that because people are not comfortable when they come into the institution, they are not interested in pursuing research. It's not something that they want to do. Just leave me alone and let me teach. So that is what some persons may feel. But what is also important is the fact that people fear the scrutiny. The scrutiny they felt could be cruel. It could be brutal. Oops, 10 minutes. All right. So, well, I want to talk about that slide. Yes, it could be brutal. So they felt that when they did the hard work and now looking at it, you are going to tear it apart. I tried. So they say, you know what? Let sleeping dogs lie. And this is another slide that says one of the things that that person was worried about was that, boy, what a something if they use the wrong source and didn't know that the source was wrong, and then somebody got it and now look at it and expose them. So the person's exact words like it's a dangerous weapon, because that would destroy everything that they had worked for. Research, again, is not learned in the same way. Different people learn about research in the same way. And the lecturers may even have the skills, but because other people have learned about research in the same way, when the criticism comes, you think you know what you were doing, but they are telling you that you don't know what you're doing. So that becomes a challenge too. And then, do I have the skills? Am I the person to write a paper and publish it in some journal? Can I do that? Now, here is one person who she says, well, I'm not afraid of the scrutiny. I'm not afraid, but guess what? I don't have to do it. I don't think that I need to be involved in this. It's a deterrent. You're going to come and you're going to rip me apart. I don't have to do it, even though I know that the scrutiny is important for the validity of the study. Here, a definition from the literature tells us how crippling anxiety, research anxiety, can be. It says it can affect the quality of scientific production. It can influence your job satisfaction, your personal life. It can even affect your emotional health. Think about that. If that is the case, and it is so hard, let me just leave this thing alone. I don't need extra stress, because that's basically what is happening when some persons approach the research. Coming out of this also, we found that time, resources, and funding. No, the time factor. I have 18 hours on my timetable. I am to teach. I am to prepare to teach for the subject area. I am to go and do research. I am to supervise, teach in practice. 1, well, not 1, 2, 3, 4, bam, 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 just like that, one after the other. Then I am to mark. But before I get into marking, I have to standardize. Before I get to that, I have to go to vetting. Then I have to do moderation. And the list continues on and on. And then some of us are middle managers. We have stuff to do. Some of us have a meeting every week to make things work. So you have departmental responsibilities. Where am I going to get time to go now to collect data over an extended period of time and wherever it is? Who is going to give me that time? Time to be away from my duties. Are you going to give me a sabbatical? No, to do the research, I need time, because now I need to prepare. I need to formulate the question. I need to know what it is all about. What is the literature saying? What is the context? And if I'm going to use other libraries, that's not a one-day thing. I can't just get up and travel, go to spend 2 hours at UWI Library and come back. So those are things that we found. Library resources are limited. The physical space where you go to just sit and have all the resources together at your fingertips to use it. What are the tools that we have? Where is the money? Where is the money? The comments are for the money. One person, now let's take the money. One person said, I find that I have to read this slide because it was something that bothered my brain. It says, if there's any extra time left over from all that I have to do, I'm not going to do research. I would more likely be using the time to earn some extra money.
Why would I go through the hoops to do something I'm not interested in? Because I don't know how to do it. If I finally get to do it, then it is torn apart. And then, if it does pass the test, somebody says, congratulations, you have done a paper, and that's it. So that is what it is. Listen, I would just leave that alone. I wouldn't bother to put myself through all of that. When it comes to the cost, we know that persons don't want to know that it is coming out of their kitty, because this is something that is going to benefit the institution, so I shouldn't have to pay for all of it. Now, here comes the crux of the matter. Administrative support, inefficacy, professional development. But here's the thing. The people I spoke with said that, listen, we don't want any fly-by-night. What is a fly-by-night, pitch-by-day something? We want sustained, structured, quality workshop. It's 5 minutes. All right, but it must be sustained. The timing of the PD must also be not just at the anywhere. PD shouldn't be just one day. You want proper PD, that people are immersed in the workshop. The timing is important. Post-workshop support, when you go on, there must be not just the one-day PD and you leave me alone to sink or swim. Keep on. We have an individualistic culture. So we want to look more now at being more collective, looking at collaborations as we research. One of the things that came out is a community of practice, where persons now will have the support, the team, the social networks, the whole matter of pulling it together. And what it would do is to look at the vulnerability. I'm apologizing for the size of my slides. I thought they were bigger. The vulnerability. When you are in a community like that, you grow through your vulnerability. People see your vulnerability. You are willing to expose your vulnerability. So it helps to build confidence, and it helps to build for you to grow. Scaffolding is also important. We would like the administration to help us. When it says that we are going to come to conferences, we want to be attending the conferences, not because we have published a paper, but because we want to see what happens at a conference, because that in and of itself can be a motivator. What about funding international courses that help us along to be able to see the expertise that is out there? Send one of us, and we will then become the resident expert after that. What next? What next? In my study, I would like to explore our levels of qualifications, predictors to publishing. Even though I may have spoken with 22% of the sample had doctorates and the others had masters and so on, is there can we use the fact that you have a master's or a doctorate to say that you will publish? And is there a relationship to being in such a community of practice that it would lead to practicing, or to publishing or so? And that would help us to remove the mask with the support that would be given. My references. Now, this is the part that feels like I just want to put on the mask, because now you're going to ask me some questions. Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't really have much of a question, as I have a comment. I do believe that this is a presentation that should have been done yesterday morning. This is worthy of a plenary session, because I have a fear of quantitative research. I am deathly afraid of it. I am a qualitative researcher. So when my good friends and cronies say we are going to do a research and they drop the quantitative element in there, I see German, I see Russian, and I speak only English and Spanish. So I'm trying slowly to step out of my comfort zone, yes, and do the quantitative aspect of research. And I'm often challenged because I have to work with it with my students when I supervise what they do for their research, right? So I thank you very much for this. I am going to really try.
Okay, the mask.
Thank you so much for a noteworthy presentation and a very relevant topic. Given the implications of your research, implications about time, funding, anxiety issues. My apologies. Let me repeat. Thank you so much for a noteworthy presentation, and especially at a time where the matter of research has become so much more relevant, especially where funding is concerned. And given the implications of your research overall, time, funding, anxiety, skills, and so on, what would be your best recommendation to incorporate the culture of research for it to be sustainable?
For it to be sustainable, as I think that came out in the interviews, there was there was saturation with regards to the whole matter of having a community where there is transition, there is, what do you call that thing, succession. And so the persons in the community would, even if some leave, there is always a residual effect that would allow it to continue. If the members of the community receive some of these things, for example, if they get training, I mentioned, say for example, Johns Hopkins, they are going to be doing something on quantitative research. You can't send everybody, because you're going to say there's the budget to do. Send 1 or 2 persons and allow them to become experts and allow them to, those skills will reside within the institution. When it resides there, then it will be what you know, those words that will send out, spread out, right, to others. And what else will happen is that after you are gone, you would have created a culture. You would have left a legacy that remains. And you would not have owned it as it's yours because you went to Johns Hopkins to get it, but you came and you shared. So even when we send persons to conferences, demand something. When you come back, what you learn, tell us. You know, so that's what I think.
Michelle, thank you so very much for your presentation. Apologize for sitting down. I am a little bit disturbed by some of the findings that you've reported in your exploration.
Right.
Because one, research and development, an integral part of academia.
Right.
So I asked myself, doesn't the job description for a member of faculty reflect the necessity for research? I asked myself that question because, I mean, how could you say, I'm not doing it? That's not what I came here for. I wonder also if there's anyone engaged in pedagogy who does not have to do some kind of research. In other words, isn't all of that institutionalized in an academic institution that has to be done? And moving from there, I said, well, maybe what we perhaps need to explore are 2 tracks for faculty. One which is primarily characterized by research and development, but have a little pedagogy to it, and another that is primarily characterized by pedagogy, but here's a sting in the tail, still must have a little research to do because it's unavoidable in academia. So I'd like for us, or for you rather, since you're the researcher, to explore that in your explorative thesis. But then there's something that I was listening for coming up in what you presented, and I'm not sure I heard it. And I think perhaps the fundamental issue is the relatability of the research that faculty are expected, in which faculty are expected to engage. Very often you mention the word and people feel they have to go write a thesis for which they'll get a DD, EDD, professional D or whatever Ds, rather than, as I said, taking a problem-solving approach to what's going on in your immediate teaching and learning environment. And then the last thing I want to, well, here's a question. I am not sure that you gave us any recommendation or if you even took a position. What's your thesis?
Oh, you asked that. What I'm theorizing or saying is that if students, if tertiary lecturers are engaged in or have the supportive systems, then they will do research. And in regards to what you said about whether they should or should not, the way people enter into higher education also has an impact on how they fare out in doing it. So sometimes it's not really a matter of whether they really want to or so, but how they came in. Because some persons are entering through professional areas, while others are coming straight through academia. So they would, or academia, so they would be more familiar. But the professional development that I mentioned would bring us to that point. So whether you want to do it or you don't like to do it, there must be some way, something that you're going to be doing in the end. And you did mention action research, and perhaps that's where we will get, because we have a lot of stories. When you go to conferences abroad, some things that they turn into stories. And you realize that we are doing 50, 60 million times more than that and doing it very well, but we're not writing it up. We're not doing anything with it. So that's where it is.
I have a question. In your presentation, you mentioned about the resources, time, and other factors that are necessary to conduct research. What mechanism would you suggest to prioritize the type of research that is done, considering that resources are limited in terms of money, in terms of time? How would you make a compelling argument that we need to focus on those areas so that we can maybe collaborate more, we can attract more funding, we can attract private sector interest in areas? I remember, for example, when COPRI started, they were a known entity that started as a think tank, and now most of their research are funded. They get a lot of publicity from it, and they are encouraged because they are researching areas that are relevant to national development.
Okay, so I'm going to put my mask on again. So that perhaps is why you did not hear it, because I really would not be able to answer, say exactly what it is. I really thought about it in the study. We looked at those things, but primarily we were looking at what are the systems that we have inside of our institutions. But you sound like you have a good idea about what it could work. I'm going to come and talk with you when I'm finished.
This is more a comment than anything else, but while you spoke, the word mentorship came to me, and I'm just thinking that a good paper would be that of looking at how effective mentorship could be in helping to overcome the fear factor in undertaking research amongst lecturers at the college level. Yes. But in addition to that, there needs to be some kind of support. We have to put our money where our mouth is. And so if the colleges are going to be asking lecturers to publish or perish, money has to be there to support them. I taught at pardon me? And time. I lectured at a teacher's college. I can speak from both sides because I lectured at a teacher's college for 13 years. before going to the University of the West Indies. And both systems are completely different in terms of the support system. I remember it wasn't something that was pushed at me when I was at the Teachers College level. Although I knew it was expected, at that time it wasn't pushed. And there would be conferences, etc. A select few would be allowed to go, and it was as though they were, it was like it was like a reward system. At UWI, the system is there to support us, so we can't say we're not and we don't want to and whatever.
That's good.
We are, there is an amount put aside for each lecturer to go to conferences per year. There is an amount put aside
Where is
to
my
support
principal in
us.
the room?
So I'm hoping administrators are here. There is funding to assist you when you're conducting research and you need to gather data so you can employ graduate students to go out there and gather the data for you and pay them. There are, so when the University of the West Indies says publish or perish,
They mean it.
the support system is there to ensure that if you don't publish, it's your fault.
Yes, yes.
And we get sabbatical and all of that sort of thing. But to really look at a teacher's college lecturer where that kind of support isn't there and say to them, publish or perish, it is almost as though you are sending a dagger at them. I'm sorry, but I just had to say.
All right. My study yesterday, our keynote spoke about mentorship, and it resonated. If it was in this short time, I would have brought that in.
So it feels like we've been having church all morning. We can just say amen, right? All right, so Mrs. McFarlane, on behalf of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, we want to extend our gratitude to you for providing such an insightful presentation and also driving the call. And as we look to changing the research culture within our institutions, and so we want to say thank you once again for being a part of this experience.
Had it been a different kind of church, I might have asked you now to stand and stretch. But I see no reason to do so because you have all been so receptive and participatory that I don't need to require that of you. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it is, sir, your body? Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are going to be moving right along into our third presentation for the morning into afternoon. Right? So at this point, we're going to be looking at the title, Addressing the Issue of Off-Task Behaviors while Creating an Equilibrium for an All-Boys Classroom Environment. Our presenter is Mr. Omar Isaacs of Church Teachers College. Now, Mr. Isaacs has been an educator for over 6 years. I'm sensing that somebody's taking away from Mr. Omar's profile. So Mr. Omar Isaac has been an educator for over 6 years and is currently a lecturer of geography at Church Teachers College. Earning his master's in New Zealand, he is also a disaster management expert. As a young educator, he is guided by his philosophy, which says, educate to inspire and develop lives. Please help me to make welcome Mr. Omar Isaacs.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. How is everybody this morning? Everybody good? All right, so I'm going to do a quick activity. I'm going to give an instruction, and you're going to act accordingly. Okay? Stand up. So that was the first instruction, so everyone can now sit. Thank you. Sit, thank you. More everybody in us for stand up. No! Sit for me, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. Big up to all the gentlemen. Ladies are looking so lovely. I'm going to ask everyone, please, to stand. Okay, thank you. You may sit. So approach is very important in terms of everything that we do in life. So I am Mr. Isaacs, and I will be presenting on a topic addressing the issue of off-task behaviors while catering to an equilibrium for an all-boys classroom environment. So I had the privilege of working at a prominent all-boys institution in St. Andrew. So this is where my research is based. So we're looking at a problem. In some classrooms, there's a bias with regard to catering to boys versus girls. Boys are at a higher risk of being disengaged from the classroom, okay? And if students' differences in needs and wants in the classroom are not catered to, then underperformance and misbehaviors evolve, okay? On that note, the research questions include: what are the causes of off-task behaviors among boys during class discussions in geography sessions? In fact, geography is one of the best subjects in the world. Just to make that known, because it includes all other subjects, all right? So just making that known, and I'm a geography educator as well. And the second question is, what are some strategies that can be implemented to engage boys in effective classroom discussions in geography sessions? So what's the significance of this research? It is aimed at educating stakeholders about factors that contribute to an increase in misbehaviors and underperformance of male students. We're looking at male students because I believe that males, boys, to some extent, are not fully being catered to within the Jamaican classroom. To be able to identify gaps related to effectively catering to male students and to inform stakeholders about approaches to effectively manage the behavior and participation of male students. In terms of the methodology, interviews were conducted, questionnaires were issued, observation was done in terms of journal writing and checklists, or series of checklists. Lesson evaluations, I found this very important. Even though as educators, we don't like to write that reflection after the lesson. Let me see those who were teaching at the secondary level, those who love to write your evaluation. Let me see your hand. Oh my God. No, just 2 persons, 3. But definitely lesson evaluations are important because it helps to keep track of what you're doing, and it helps us to be effective reflectors. Random and convenient sampling were used in terms of getting the sample for this research, and ethical considerations were considered in terms of not forcing persons to participate, as well as ensuring that permission was given in terms of access to classrooms and students. Now for the literature review, we go through and we see where Son and Sheck 2012 elaborates that when students are disengaged, they use their language. Did you know that they had a language of misbehaviors? Yes, man, when they start to talk to somebody else, or they probably can use an expletive too as well. They move around, they come to your decks, they're shouting across the class. Yes, all of those are their different languages. A study in Canada and Australia confirmed that boys' underperformance in education and misbehaviors are largely linked to an authoritarian approach. Anybody know what that means? So you're just dictating, you're telling them, do this, do that, especially with a handout or a paper, or giving a lot of notes on the board. Wow. And we continue. A study in the USA revealed that the senses of sight and hearing are more developed in females than males. Do we agree with that? Okay. With her study of the Jamaican classroom, Evans 2001 revealed that the social construct of students' interests and abilities rely on an active learning environment. So the word active there is coming out. And finally, if a classroom is missing appropriate physical and psychosocial aspects, students will misbehave. See, the presentation want to jump all over the place. Thank you. So students will misbehave, right? Boys, I like how you're listening. Thank you. Okay, great. So we now move to the findings of the research. And we look at the first question: what are the main causes of off-task behaviors among boys in the geography lesson? And we see where the teacher's effectiveness, as well as distraction from other students, came out as the top two causes of off-task behaviors. Limited class activities also came out in addition to students' interest. But if we look at all of these, they're all linked to one person, the teacher. So we have a lot of responsibilities. Even when you look at the personal issues, as educators, we are expected to be mentors. We sometimes become mothers, we become fathers, we become aunts, we become the bank some of the times. We become guidance counselors. So at the end of the day, all of these are all linked to the teacher, the educator. Oh, so the first one, it's students' interest. So let me... All right, so that's the first one here is students' interest, and then that's followed by teachers' effectiveness. Then we have personal issues, and after that we have distraction from other students, and finally limited class activities. Then we ask, what are the main factors that impact the execution of an effective teaching and learning environment? And this is in the eyes of the students. They said that our attitude is a problem, with 74% of the participants. And then we saw where their interest also came out. So if they're not interested in the subject, then at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to them. And then we also had diverse teaching methodologies coming out on the top 3 there. So again, it's linked back to the teacher, the educator. Then we look at that same question in the eyes of the teacher. Lack of resources came out as the dominant factor. We are told that we should do this, we must do that, but where are the resources? Some of the classes don't even have a proper whiteboard for teachers to write on. The classroom size, the classroom environment is not even appropriate enough for proper teaching. The lighting, you see how this environment is well lit? Having an environment that is well lit helps to grab students in terms of their attention. Imagine if this environment was dark. Would you be interested in stepping inside here and staying for the duration of the session? Yes? Once AC. Okay. All right, then we look at the other question. Is disengagement from the lesson a contributing factor to the evolution of misbehaviors in the classroom? We see that 92% of respondents said yes. So definitely disengagement is a concern. Then now we looked at, are boys at a greater risk of being disengaged from a lesson and engage in misbehaviors than girls? 88% said yes. Then we looked over the girls' side. Are girls at a greater risk of being disengaged from a lesson and engage in misbehaviors than boys? 88% said no. So in this case, we're seeing that boys are at a higher risk of engaging in misbehaviors. Then we looked at these statements. The current status of the NSC, as well as teaching and learning environments, are geared towards catering to both boys and girls. We saw that 50% actually agreed, 4% strongly agreed. So in total, 54% of participants said that, okay, yes, this curriculum is okay for both boys and girls. But when you look at this statement, boys are more susceptible to lack interest in education than girls. We saw that 32% strongly agreed, 36% agreed. So in total, 68% of the respondents agreed with this, that boys are more susceptible. So therefore, is something wrong with the NSC, or is something wrong with us as teachers catering to boys? Or something wrong with the boys, no? Then we have the next statement. The current status of the NSC makes education more attractive to boys to the extent of considering further education, for example, at the tertiary level. 18% strongly disagreed with this, and 54% disagreed. In total, 72% is saying that the education, the quality of education brought to boys, it's not attractive to the extent of them continuing in the field of education. So now we go to question number 2, to the solution. How is it that what are the strategies that we can implement to help get boys on track? And I was able to put these together in the approach called the Catchy Class approach. So we start with the K. Keep updated with trends. For example, what students watch and interact with. Now with boys, they love games. They love music. They love sports. So if it is that we're able to make the connection with these, we must be able to bring these boys at a level of interest. And I was able to accomplish this with a group of students. So utilizing more relatable experiences. So most of the classes, we have a mixture of students. It's not a case that we have mostly upper class students. We have a mixture. So at sometimes, you have to be able to interact with them, talk in their language too. Yeah, man, you did watch that yesterday? Yo, brethren, it's funny, you know? And you get everybody engaged. And once you do these activities, then guess what? It's going to distract them from the off-task behaviors, and they're going to want to be engage in what you have to say. Using interactive PowerPoints, you can't have a white slide only. Have images, pictures, something that's moving. I remember during online teaching, it was so hard to get the boys to move from my class to the next class because they wanted to stay. The PowerPoints were engaging, they were attractive. I had to be telling them, hello, I want to leave my class now, or upon leave after 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, these boys are still there because they are engaged. And at the end of the day, I want students to be able to accept the subject of geography to a great level of considering further studies with the subject. So allowing them to be able to create models and doing hands-on stuff. Boys love hands-on activities. Can't be allowing the boys to sit in a session reading handouts every day. I remember being exposed to geography at the high school level. All I could remember was dark clouds. I did not watch a video. And then the educator said to us, we have never had grade 1s for over 5 years. So I'm saying, boy, this sticky man. And then at the end of the day, many persons failed the subject. So it was not seen as a good subject. So I decided I am going to make the difference with regards to this. And in addition to that, we have to be able to observe students, observe their changes in behavior. If you see a student that usually does well and is not doing well for a specific term, there's something behind that. So you have to be able to cater to that because I believe boys are very vulnerable. Not to the point of crying, but the simplest of stuff can cause them to be distracted and be disengaged for life. So that's where we come in terms of educators through motivation. So I do a lot of motivation with my boys, encourage them. When we see certain students who don't usually perform well, and then eventually move up and them come and say, sir, you know, say, me I go get one badge this term. Me I go work for a certificate this term. And when they actually work for it, and the class see how they work for it, and it's such a good feeling. It's such a rewarding feeling. And at the end of the day, I've had many students, not the A students, nor the B students, but I've had students who were just there at a passing grade. They come and say, sir, your classes are just so engaging, and I have learned so much. When I hear students say that they have learned, and they're not really the AAA students, then it means that they have been engaged, right? And at the end of the day, that is what we want. T, to be able to tackle new or updated teaching methodologies. So for example, doing different activities with the boys, mini productions. I usually use handouts that are quite creative. I use animations. So I don't have the handout with the straight information. There are some things that are incorporated like animations, anything that they watch on TV, Minecraft, all of those different game stuff, they are included. Collaboration is very important, learning from other colleagues, because that is really important in terms of understanding different students, understanding the students of Form 3A from the form teacher, as well as being able to work with whoever you are working with for the cohort. I remember leading the grade 9 cohort and working with the teachers there for 2 years. We were able to have up to 5 pools of geography, and we have never had up to 5 pools. The most would have been 3 pools of geography. So at the end of the day, we were able to move up students' interest in the subject, and they were able to appreciate the subject at a great extent. And H, have fun. As educators, you can't just come boring out of class and just dead. So I remember one time I had a boring class, I made a drop asleep. Me know said that class was really boring, and the students were disengaged. Even myself was disengaged. And when we're disengaged, that's when the students decide to move around and then go to another class. Then they hear a teacher say, Mr. Isaacs, one of the students over here saying, oh, what go on, man? Because the boy disengaged from my class and me I fall asleep and not even seeing the boy walk through the class. So we have to be able to be engaged with the boys. And through these activities, I was able to see the difference or reduction in off-task behaviors among my students. And as we can see there from week 1 to week 4, there was a great reduction in terms of the misbehaviors. And the quick takeaways: boys learn and operate, think differently from girls. Off-task behaviors are driven by a stimulus, and so the stimulus must be examined instead of classing students. Boys are more vulnerable with regards to disengagement from class sessions, and so must be considered at the core of the learning environment. And finally, teaching approaches should adapt the Kachi class approach in order to facilitate equilibrium for both genders for a sustainable 2030 society. And that is the end of my presentation.
I don't need to ask for a robust round of applause because you gave him one. You were engaged, weren't you? Let me hear you say engaged. Give the young man another round of applause. All right, there is a roving microphone, so you can raise your hands. We have a hand up front.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Isaacs, very good presentation. I'm a boy mom, which is why I found myself here this afternoon. And my son attends a boys' school. Excellent child. And I say excellent child because I don't know how he behaves at school. At home, he's excellent. What I want to know from the perspective as a parent, what can I do to ensure that he is engaged at school, even when the teacher's lesson is not very engaging? How do I help to motivate him to remain on task, even when the tasks don't look so great? How do I help him to catch the class? Yeah.
Well, one of the things you can do is just observe what he watches, observe the games that he plays, and try and see if you can make the connections. Because if you're able to make connections to what they like and they love, you can be able to engage them. For example, with a lesson, I use FIFA to teach spheres of the earth: biosphere, geosphere, all of those spheres. The players are running up and down. What sphere is that? They're living organisms, the biosphere. So you just make the connections with games or anything that they watch. Anime, yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Isaacs, very, very, very good presentation. I'd just like to add to what you said, and sitting here, research came into my head with your presentation. I need help. But I remember reading a research paper done by a Jamaican a few years back that said that when students are sent to school in the early childhood unit, we have almost an equal amount of males and females. Yet when they transition into primary school, it starts to dwindle down, and by secondary it gets worse, and by tertiary we see the evidence. The problem, based on that research paper, was that we have a teaching population of mainly females. And we teach how we learn. We are not teaching how males learn. Thus the problem. I am also a mother of a son, but a grandmother now, so he's a big boy. Right, and one of the things that we have to do in our classrooms is that we have to facilitate male-based teaching strategies. In my lectures at college, I make no apologies on the very first day of my class to tell my students, when I am teaching, I target my males because we need more males in the system, and I don't want any male in my class to fail. And I do whatever it takes to get my males to pass. Now, I try to give them links to sources as well that I know that will, drive the lesson home to them. I take them one-on-one as well, just to get them over the hurdle. But when I'm sitting here and listening to your presentation, Mr. Isaacs, during COVID, we had a lot of online games going on. We had to be creative, and we had to find a lot of interactive resources for the students to use. And so, Mr. Isaac, a stem from your presentation is, how were the males performing during COVID? Were they performing any better during COVID when they were exposed to all these interactive games that they really love? And as teachers, we should not go back to the status quo of yapping, because even when we have husbands, they shut down when we talk. And so when you have the males in the classroom, they shut down when we talk. So we just have to facts is facts.
Well, to answer that question for the online learning, okay, let me answer that question.
Okay, our presenter wants to respond, and just so you know, I'm allowed 2 more questions. However, since I'm the moderator, I'm going to be taking 4. So I'll take 1, 2, 1 at the back and 1 over here. That's my 4. So please just work with me. Not yet. He's going to respond to her first. Remember, I'm only allowed 2 more, but I'm taking 4. You have to work with me. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so for my students, those who usually do well face-to-face in terms of the written piece, they were average, but then I realized that there were some really gifted students, especially those who were not performing with the paperwork face-to-face. And I was very impressed. So there's a mixture, which in fact I believe there should be a mixture in terms of the approach with online learning.
Okay, Mr. Isaacs, I learned a lot from that very, very short presentation. My question, a part of it was asked by Ms. Williams, but I still want to know, because I was at a school where the principal said no to cell phones, no form at all. I'm going to throw it out at you. Do you think that we should allow cell phones, like a group of boys, and how could you use that in a lesson?
Okay, if you check out students in your classroom, most of the times all they're doing is, even at the college level, and go on like say them and send a message, what a really game them are playing, you know. So the problem I have with our education system is that we are ignoring what the students love. If they love this, put the notes in a this. In fact, I will say this, if there's any programmer out there, I would love to collaborate with you to make some geography games to help enhance geography lessons. But really, and truly, if they are engaged with the phones, I believe schools should be able to give some leniency, but then again, it comes down to classroom management with the educator as it relates to that, because students you can have half of the class using the phone productively, and then another half not using the phone productively. So in that case, probably some Wi-Fi blockage so that the students are not able to access certain websites that could be accommodated. But that's a good point. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Isaacs, thank you very much for that presentation. Colleagues, I would love to extend the conversation as we talk about boys. I note the study took place at Jamaica College. It would be interesting if it took place at, say, Spanish Town High School or, a rural school. But I believe that how we teach boys is important. I believe also at the Teachers College level, we need to attract more males into the system. We know, and the studies out there, that our boys respond differently to a male teacher. We note also the approach that you use in your icebreaker, how we respond. And some months ago, I believe, we saw a video of a teacher responding in a particular way, well, a male teacher to some male students. I don't know if you know what video I'm speaking to. And we know when it goes into the media, and they say all manner of things about that male teacher and how he responded. But we must bear in mind that the context in which we operate is important. How you relate to male students at Jamaica College, you may use a particular approach. Would that approach work at, say, Jonathan Grant? Would that Cumberland or wherever? But I believe, colleagues, what we need to do at this level is to have a conversation as to how we can attract more males into the profession of teaching. That I don't believe we can answer it in just this one research conference, but I believe a conversation that we all need to have.
Thank you. Just to add, at Jamaica College, we have a wide variety of students, and usually I prefer to work with those who are quote-unquote rude ones, because really and truly, they are the ones that are off track. So if you can get them on track, then that is the best way forward. So a lot of these results came from a lot of disruptive students. So thank you for that question.
Good afternoon, my seniors. Good afternoon, Mr. Isaacs. All right, so similar to what my senior earlier just said, where he spoke about the difference in schools and the reaction you get in those schools. I went on my third year TP at a high school in Manchester. And at that school, it is completely different than both the urban and rural school that you'll find in Kingston, because what you found in that classroom was that the male students, they didn't wish to interact. They were more on the upper class end, and they didn't want to interact at all. The games that you would put forward to male students at Jamaica College, it didn't appeal to them. I had to force them to even interact with the females in the classrooms. And I think we need to look at the fact that it's changing. Yes, I was surprised myself, believe me. I had to force them to interact with the females. I had one particular male student saying to me, he didn't want to go in a group with any females. So when I looked at that, and in trying to cater to them, I found myself completely omitting the female students in the classroom. And that was something that my assessor scolded me for. But it becomes a case where in these classrooms where you have to sort of cater to one set more than you are catering to the other, it is very easy to get lost in that one set that you are trying to reel in or rein in, right? So how would you propose, based on that catchy class presentation, that we strike the picture of equity? Because I'm pretty sure you have it in your head, the picture of equality versus equity. How do we paint the picture of equity in it? Because the males need it more. So they might need 2 boxes at the bottom of their feet, while the females might only need 1. But how do we make sure that the males get the 2, while the females get the 1?
Excellent.
Sometimes you have to cut your foot at the altar and just pray. Pray, 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 pray that God will make a way. But for that though, I believe what you could have done, which is something that I always do to understand students, is to sit and talk with them. Have a conversation. Because if you're able to have a conversation, then they'll be able to open up and be able to let you understand why they are operating the way they are. So having a conversation is always the first step before you do anything. Thank you.
All right, good day, everyone. All right, excellent presentation, sir. My point is twofold. Firstly, contrastingly, I'm a teacher at an all-girls school. So listening to Mr. Isaac's presentation has provided some amount of perspective. And it's very intriguing how thoughtful you were in terms of the methodology that you seek to implement with boys. But I find it very common that when teaching girls, things happen more organically. You don't seem to think about what you're doing. So one of my first question is, how easy was it for you to transfer this vision to your female colleagues who happen to teach the subject, and were they receptive? And my second point is that I want to make a comparison. I think that if I had more teachers like you, I would even be more inspired to learn, in the sense that I had great teachers. My high school French teacher is sitting there, wave so they can see you, still young, right? And the point is that when she entered the class, I can use a practical example, is that she did not really see the boys as any less capable of learning French, because student perception of subjects matter as well. Is this subject perceived as a female subject? Is this subject perceived as a male subject? And society pushes these biases onto us directly and indirectly. So the question is geography a male subject or a female subject? But I won't go there, so I think I need to make a point. And I want to say that you have potential, and as a teacher who teaches a subject that is particularly deemed, I'm a modern languages teacher, I want to say that female teachers who are present, you are capable of teaching boys. I think Miss Grant Wanless did a great job of teaching men to speak French and Spanish, so kudos to you, Miss. And I wasn't the best student, so it's possible. So my first question, how easy is it teaching your colleagues to buy into the vision that you have? Thank you.
Okay. All right. First of all, I'm watching my boss at the back here. I am only at Church Teachers College. Yes, that's where I'm at. Okay. But for the female teachers, we usually, as I mentioned, collaborate. So we usually have meetings, and I give insight as to how to address or work with students. So it can be a bit challenging, because some of the times they get frustrated because they don't know how to do this and how to, interact with the students. But having that relationship with them is very important, and we have tried to do that. Unfortunately, it was disrupted because Dr. Ansel took me away from that level to move me up to make more or better teachers than myself, right? So working with yes, females, yes, definitely it's possible, but consistency is important. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacs. Thank you so very much, everybody, for your participation. And just to know that, as with all relationships, paying attention to what each person likes will always make for better relationships. Am I right? So either whether it is the females or the males, we pay attention to what each other likes, and we will have the makings of a good relationship. Take that to the classroom as well. Please step forward, Mr. Isaacs. On behalf of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, it gives me great pleasure to present you with this certificate of participation, as well as this token of our appreciation for your involvement and your very interactive presentation this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We move to lunch, which is served on the upstairs, and then we resume at 1:30, and we will have consecutive sessions as well. Thank you.
Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's work and travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association.
and to make the necessary changes. And so the study, the structure of the study, is built around the year one students after they have completed year one of college. In this particular study, will not be done in the second one though. We applied an instrument. No, this instrument has a name. It's called a Learning and Study Strategies Inventory. What's the name of the inventory? Learning and Study Strategies Inventory. And that inventory will be able to profile students to indicate their strengths and weaknesses in 10 scales. All right? And the intervention plan is based on the identified weaknesses that result from the profiling of the students. Are you with me so far? So the structure of the study, go to the structure of the study. Yeah, that's it. Involves having 6 training sessions, one in each semester for year 2, year 3, and year 4. And those seminars are conducted on the topics that were identified as weakness. Our weaknesses are areas of weakness. And then we looked at students' final year 4 GPA compared with their year 1 GPA to look at the impact of the intervention. Did the intervention work in improving students' outcomes, particularly their achievement as measured by GPA? Then we did a filter with a moderator variable to look at another independent variable to see if gender was a factor in their final scores, final lashes scores, and also in their GPAs. No, you probably, I'm probably not as concrete as I should be, but I will be in a minute. All right? But let's look at the design. According to Creswell, the older version of Creswell has changed over time, like many of us, right? But the older version, he has a triangulation mixed method, which is just having a combination of qualitative and quantitative data sources with no priority in the way they are collected. All right? The actual design of the study is an action research study. Why action research? So the type of study, triangulation mixed method, but the design is action research because action is taken. Okay? Now the cohorts are indicated and described. So we were able to get a fairly good percentage of the population of the students. So 2011 to 2015 cohort, population of 114, we got 36, representing 32%. 2012 to 16, we got 47, representing 35%. And 13 to 17, we got 47% from 143, representing 67. Now it so happened that it came out to be a round figure of 150, just by sheer chance. And as my brother was saying, and you did very well, your sampling was purposive or purposeful, right? Now this is convenient sampling, meaning that these students voluntarily elected to be a part of the study. So in that regard, it's convenient. Now, I can't go into the technicalities, but the quantitative research people were saying that convenient sampling, because it's not random, may not be valid. But other researchers have said, yes, convenient sampling has randomness to it. Okay? So there were many research questions, and I advise you not to have too many research questions like myself. But because this study is going to be my life's work, then I'm continuing. So I have 7 research questions, my dear son. So it says, in the first one, it says, let's read together. What's the first? In what categories of Lassie inventory did students demonstrate weakness? Strength. Now, what does Lassie mean again? Learning and study strategies inventory. Now, the blues coded are qualitative research questions, right? So the next one talks about the weaknesses that would have been identified, and the 3 and 4 are quantitative. So the third research question says, is there a statistically significant correlation between students' overall LASSE score and their final GPA? Is there a relationship? And is that relationship significant? And what's the size and direction of that relationship? All right? Now, 4, how accurately does students' overall LASSE score predict their final GPA? All right? And I'll talk about that a little later on. If you don't understand, do not worry. You can talk to me after and we can explain a few things. Now, research question 5 and 6 are quantitative. It says, is there a statistically significant gender difference in students' total LASSE score and also in their final GPA? So we wanted to see if gender was important. Right? And 6, is there a statistically significant difference? Difference, no, not relationship, not correlation, difference, and that will be done by the paired sample t-test. So difference in students, year 1 student GPA compared to their final GPA. Now, madam, looking at me very intently, I'm making the assumption that the intervention caused the increased achievement or the improved performance. I know very well, and you'll criticize me, what about other variables that could have intervened? Right? We will talk about that. And then the 7th question, how well did the intervention work for students in improving their final GPA? And that's a qualitative research question. And so this instrument, I am happy to say, has good psychometric qualities, meaning that it has a validity of greater than, it has a reliability, of greater than 0.71. And it was normed. When a questionnaire is normed or an instrument is normed, it's a good thing. It means that it has been tested in various what? Populations, different geographic regions, different cultural settings, so that the questions are good and does not represent a bias for any subgroup. Okay? And they did a fact analysis as well for the validity aspect of it. So we can be assured that the questions have a stable interpretation over time in terms of reliability, and the questions are good questions. All right? Now, these are professors. By the way, there were 3 professors who developed the instrument, 3 PhD persons. Go back to that, go back to the picture, right? And so I have confidence in the accuracy of the instrument. Now, the instrument has 10 dimensions or components or categories. So I'm going to engage you now. This side is going to read what is the first one, ATT. So that was tested, right? Attitude. Second, on the left, motivation. Okay, so motivation was tested. And then time management. Third, anxiety and worry regarding school performance. And the 5th, concentration and attention to academic tasks. And the next slide, information processing, important. Acquired knowledge and reasoning, and then selected main ideas. You know, there are many individuals who know content, want to do well, want to write the assessment well, but somehow they're hindered by challenges, right? So one of the things is to select main ideas and recognizing important information, which is why the older ones like us used to have reading pen and highlighter and those little index cards, and you bring them on bus and you read and you mark up and you rewrite your notes. Are you with me? Yeah. Because you're trying to select what the main ideas. And this is why, like myself, who had 1 textbook for mathematics, would answer all the questions at the back of the book. And if I couldn't answer a question, I'd go to the length to get it answered. Right? So that would have been use of support techniques, self-testing, yes, self-testing and test strategies and preparing. No, it's okay. Preparing for tests. I'll stand and behave myself. All right, I'm getting too excited, it seems. All right, go to the next slide. That happens to me as I get older. All right, now the results. This is what you are interested in, the results. Now on that horizontal bar chart, it answers research questions 1 and 2 related to strengths and weaknesses. So based on what you're seeing on those long brown lines ticked, you are seeing that basically these components or dimensions were indicating strengths for students. Remember now, I didn't go through this with you. I really did not do well. There are 80 questions on the questionnaire. Don't be frightened. Based on a 5-point Likert scale, right? But it took a student an average of 15 to 20 minutes to answer. And they're reverse scales, so you don't want, we will know if you just answered, willy-nilly, right? And so there are 10 components, right? So each component is marked out of 5 times 10 gives you what? Sorry. 5-point scale and how many questions? I think each is marked of 40. 8 questions. 5 times 8 is 40, right? And then your 10 components is marked out of 100. So if it were a test, it's marked out of 400, right? And each dimension component is marked out of 40. 40 times 10 gives you what? 400, right? So each of these is marked out of 40. So what were the areas of strength that you are identifying? Give me one area of strength on this side. Yeah, time management came in for 27, not very high. That could be a area of weakness because it's 27 out of what? 40, right? So I would say a strength would be 75%, like 30 and above out of 40. So what is more than 30? Attitude and interest, selected main ideas, and TST. Now, although these were strengths identified, principal, right, we still allow the student to access the training and access the seminars, don't? Because even if you're strong, you can get stronger, don't? Are you with me? But the notable areas of weakness are indicated anxiety and worry about school performance. So it seems that if the students really want to do well because they worry about the school performance, eh? All right, go to the next slide for me, my good friend. No, this is a little technical now. This is showing the correlations in a number of ways. So let's talk about it. So for the 2011 to 2015 cohort of the sample, the correlation coefficient between what? Between the overall LASSE score and their final GPA was 0.785. Is that good? What does that tell you? Anybody wants to tell me? 0.785. What does that mean to you? It's a positive for one and positively high degree of correlation between what? The LASSE score and their final GPA. So anything above 0.7 can be considered to be good, and they were all positive. And positive correlation means as you increase in one variable, as you increase the scores in LASSE, you are likely to increase the GPA. Okay? And so for the other cohorts, you had fairly good correlation, 0.62. Surprisingly though, for 2013 to 2017 cohort, it fell below what? 0.5. Right? And back up to, when we combined 2011 and 2012 cohort, it came to be 0.67, which is fairly high. When we combine all the cohorts, it was 0.624. Now, the 2 asterisk means it is statistically what? Significant at the 0.01 level, right? Or you can be 99% confident that the correlation value did not occur by random sampling error. Okay? So you can feel good, man. There's only a 1% chance that there's an error. Right? Sampling error. Now, go to the next one, my friend. No, this is another involved cross-correlation. Are you still with me, or have I left you behind? All right, this is important. If you look at on the first column, you see all the 10 categories, right? And on the across, you see the same 10 categories, right? So if you look at the ones in red, the ones in red are suggesting above 0.5 correlation, which in mathematical terms is not bad for a cross-tab correlation. So look at it now. Concentration and attitude and interest are related, don't? That's what it means, you know. Your ability to concentrate and your attitude and interest are related. Are you with me? Your motivation and your attitude and interest are related fairly well. Your motivation and concentration, again, are related. So I've highlighted a few to indicate that the categories are not mutually exclusive. They are related, which is why when we did the seminars, we group a number of what? Categories into one seminar, right, to present, because they are relatable. All right, next slide. Now, this came from the SPSS software. Now, you would have noticed a difference in the sample size. Did you notice a difference? You didn't? Look at the top of it. N equal to what? 83. So in a study, what do you have in a study? People drop out, lack interest, not consistent, don't want to come to the training session, and so forth, right? So it boiled down to 83, which is still a good number, right? And it's statistically viable. Any number greater than 30 is statistically viable, right? So basically, the correlation between LASI and GPA came out to be 0.767, statistically significant. I told you that already. But this is important. When you square the correlation, it is called R square, right? And when you convert a decimal to a percentage, we got 58.9% of the error or the variance being accounted for in the model. Meaning that we have accounted for a fairly large percent of the error, which would mean that if you account for a large percent of the error, it means that that equation is fairly accurate, don't? The more error you account for, the more accurate is the prediction equation. And in statistical terms, that's very, very good. All right, so I won't go through that again. Oh, okay, yeah. And this is the equation, and those in mathematics will realize that this equation came from the equation y equal mx plus c, don't? All right, and then, so for instance, let us look at this. If somebody got 300 out of 400, would you expect them to get a fairly high GPA? Yes or no? They got 300 out of 400. Would you expect them to get a fairly high GPA on a 4-point scale? Yes, if the equation is accurate. If the equation is accurate. So basically, when we plugged into the formula, we got 3.5. So higher scores on LASI are indicating higher GPA. Lower score, look at that score, 150. 150 out of 400 is indicating a GPA of only 1.68. So that is telling me, and you should perhaps appreciate the fact that the equation is fairly accurate in predicting GPA from their LASI scores. All right, let's go to the next slide because I'm winding down now. Let's just cut up that. Let's move that alone. That is just showing you all the scores. So, research question 5. There was no statistically significant difference in scores, right, for the LASI by gender. So gender didn't matter. You didn't have to configure the intervention by gender. Give it to all the students. So there's no gender-related differences. All right? Let's move on quickly. Research question 6. Yeah, that's an important one. The comparison of Year 1 GPA with final GPA. Right? What do you notice? When the independent t-test was done, we report the mean and all these fancy things. But what is significant, what is important is that there was a statistical significant difference between the scores of Year 1 students as measured by their GPA and their Year 4 GPA. So if there's a statistically significant difference, what does that say about the intervention? What does that say about the intervention if the difference is big? It was working. Dr. Gard, you are a brilliant man. and it was positive. Because look at the mean. Look at the mean. Look at the mean, my friend. The mean. Do I have the mean? No, go. Yeah, I have the mean. The mean was what? 3.01 in Year 1 and 3.20. Not arithmetically very big, don't? But the fact is that it was statistically significant. No, look here, my friends. When you have statistical significance, that's not sufficient. What you have to do is to do an effect size, Cohen's effect size, to see if that is practically important. So the Cohen's D effect size showed that it was medium. So you have small, medium, and large. I would have loved it to be large, but medium is better than small, don't? So it means that that difference was practically important. All right, move on. No, not Dr. Gard. The qualitative data also told the same story. Because we had asked him the question open-endedly, how well did the intervention work for you in improving your learning outcomes? And the summary is what they said. Now, don't look at the numbers, because what you have is that some people who told you one thing, they told you the other thing. Are you with me? So you won't add up to 83. Are you with me? Because they intersect. I think I've lost you. Okay, so they reported, 45 persons reported in summary, because you have to summarize the thing. They may not say the same thing in the same word, but essentially they're saying that more awareness of what needs to be done to get better grades. At least they're aware, we know what to do, right? Also, better organized and prepared for class, Dr. Gart. Yeah, man, 34 of them. And then motivated to stay in school, 10. I was looking for more, but only 10 of them really said that.
Where was this study done?
It was done at my college.
Which of them?
My previous, no, Dr. Gard, you must know, man. My previous college. One is being done at the present college now, actually, but in the formative stage. All right. Have more confidence and ability to perform better. Confidence is important to know. When you feel good about yourself to perform well, that's important, eh? Yeah, man. Sessions help me to prepare for assessment. Yeah, man, they look at rubrics and they looked at sample of coursework pieces, how to answer them. Yeah, man, it helped them. A lot of them too. Managing time better, Dr. Gart. Don't get distracted, Dr. Gart, by that gentleman. Managing time better with better planning. Are you with me? Management of time is an important element, right, for students. And so forth. So I have only 1 minute. So guess what happened? I'll end here by saying to your colleague, thank you very much for your most animated disposition, for your active listening and active participation. If you want to find out more about the study, please talk to me during dinner.
Put your hands together for Dr. Dawkins. All right, before we go into the questions, I'm sure that the persons who had problems with quantitative research went through a crash course just a while ago. Yes, he not only presented, he also taught. Yes, so once again, put your hands together for him for that presentation. All right, so the mic is right there. I'm going to ask persons to just go to the mic to ask your questions. Please limit it to only one question per person.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, Dr. George, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if you got a chance to compare students' GPA who are not a part of the study to see if there's a natural increase.
Ah, boy, you're brilliant, you know that? That is something that I probably should do because the foundation, well, look, the foundation courses are typically easy, right? But at the same time, you enter in college, right? So you have a plus and you have a minus, right?
Right.
So it could be a natural progression of learning. And that is something that I will consider, my dear son.
All right, thank you very much.
All right? I didn't do the comparison, though. Okay. All right? But it's important to do, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it possible to use this instrument without the interventions? Just to find out those students who would be at risk?
Yes. In fact,
Because I realized that you did intervention for about 6 weeks.
Huh?
You said you had intervention with the students for about 6 weeks?
I didn't say 6 weeks, but I said two interventions interventions per academic year, one in each semester. But it could have been maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, depending on how they responded, all right?
Okay.
The question you have asked is a very important one.
Yeah, if we can use it and then...
This instrument, actually, I bought these instruments from the USA, but I have a few, maybe about 50, that I can give to anyone. And it's a 5-page instrument. It gives a profile of the student. So they have a copy at the back. It shows a bar chart of the 10 areas or categories. They can use it, and they can reflect on it, and it is useful. So I can make available to each college a few sample copies, and if they're interested, they would go to the process of purchasing, right?
All right. Thank you.
But the profiling is good. You need to know this. Because part of the challenge we have in education now, and I know we're doing well, so I'm not eating us as educators. Teaching is a hard thing, let me tell you that, is to know your students from day one. This is only one profile. You can have their learning styles, invention, their multiple intelligences. You can ask them to write in samples. You can gather other data to know who is it that you have before you.
At risk, yes.
Right? And to be able to teach better, more relevant. So this is just one of the things that would be useful. Right?
Thank you.
Well, I don't know.
Any further questions? All right, so Dr. Dawkins, on behalf of TCJ and all the participants here, we want to thank you for your presentation, sir. And you have a question, sir, or a comment? I totally agree. I will take that into consideration. Thank you so much, Doc. Put your hands together. The final presentation.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Could all of us just stand a little bit? Just stand up, little bit. Just quick. I know we've been sitting for a little while. Just stand, please. We have 3 beautiful ladies who are coming to us now. Let us just stretch a little bit, man. Stretch. If we're in the classroom, we would say stretch. Stretch, all right? And before the ladies come, could you give them a round of applause? All right, you may be seated. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm Nakita Barnett Hamilton, and I will be introducing the speakers, the final set of speakers for this afternoon. Mrs. Ardeen Reed Virtue, Mrs. Ardine Reach Virtue is a teacher educator. Could we settle down a little, please? Just a little. Thank you. Mrs. Ardine Reed Virtue is a teacher educator whose instructional experiences span 18 years. She is a senior lecturer in the Department of Languages and Literatures at Church Teachers College, Mandeville. Importantly, she's passionate about engaging in discourses and interventions aimed at constructively solving teaching and learning-related challenges. Joining her will also be Mrs. Elaine C. Brown-Taylor. Mrs. Elaine C. Brown-Taylor is a senior lecturer in the Department of Technology and Human Ecology at Church Teachers College, Mandeville. She holds a diploma in Home Economics Education, a Bachelor of Education in Home Economics, and a Master of Science in Career and Technical Education. Mrs. Brown-Taylor is passionate about teaching and learning. And the final person is Ms. Lola A. Bennett. She holds a bachelor's degree in home economics, Masters of Science in Hospitality and Tourism Management, and a cadre of professional certifications. She's presently pursuing a PhD in career and technical education at the University of Technology. She has over 30 years of classroom teaching experiences. Again, please put your hands together and make the ladies welcome.
Thank you. Pleasant afternoon, everyone. I'm short. Are you seeing me? Awesome. Now, we like to mix it up a bit at church, so you will see my face with somebody else's name below it. I am actually Ardine Reed Virtue. This is Mrs. Elaine Brown-Taylor, and this is Miss Lola Bennett. So our title for our research paper is Beyond the Walls, Using Teaching Practicum Experiences to Inform Educational Reform. And since we want to get beyond the walls this afternoon, I am going to invite you to stand. Mr. Beadle, please give us our music. We're going to break down some walls right now. Yes, so you're going to follow my instruction. Where is the cordless microphone? Mr. Beadle, that's all we get? All right. Walk it out. We've been sitting for a while. Come on, teacher's pet, Dr. Garth. Let's walk it out. All right. So this is the instruction. We're going to break down some words. We're going to give a right hit, a left hit, center uppercut, and we push forward. Should I say that again? Right, left, uppercut, and push down the wall. Let's go. Can you feel it already? This is Ardine Reed Virtue, Elaine Brown-Taylor, and Lola Bennett bringing to you Beyond the Walls. Where's the music? I'm not hearing the music. Come on now. Mr. Billy, you need the microphone to put there. Does it help? All right. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much. All right. I'm so unfit. Fantastic. Now let me give you a little experience. Was on my way to my room after lunch, went into the elevator on building 3, got stuck in the elevator. And I said, Lord, not today. And it just functioned as a symbolism. Sometimes we find ourselves locked in practices, capsules that cause barriers, disconnection, and we need to get to the other side in order to achieve our intentions or goals. I'm breathing quite hard. I'm unfit. Yes. All right, so let me give you a little context. We are well aware that the teaching practicum exercise is a critical component of teacher preparation. And Cheng Tang and Cheng 2016 offers that a student learning to teach by applying his or her own learning approach, as well as developing his or her conceptions of teaching as preparation for becoming a teacher. Just taking a breath. So there are several definitions offered for practicum, and we particularly like this one because at the end of the day, the student teachers have to make a decision about the learning approaches they will execute, as well as formulate their own theories for their methodologies. And what's the relevance of practicum? Teachers receive feedback from experienced teachers and gain guidance. They also get to apply the theories they have learned, and they give an overall understanding of the classroom environment. And several studies have showed over the years, thank you, Mrs. Omoregi, what a lifesaver. Drink water and mind my business. So several studies have been done over the years, and they have continually shown that there is a lack of effectiveness and value in practicum exercises. And there is also the offering that teaching can be enhanced when student-teachers' concerns are addressed and acknowledged. Hence, we have to give ear to the students' voices about what works, what does not work, and then we seek to remediate as necessary. So the inspiration for this research, we have been hearing practicum students complaining about the disconnect between teacher training and classroom contexts. And Perrines emphasizes that teacher training programs should be informed by research and the best practices in the field of education. So we undertook this research to investigate the classroom realities, the experiences of the practicum teachers, in order to give insights into the challenges and identify areas of teacher training that they thought necessitated examination and improvement. Our 3 research questions are: what are the practicum teachers' perceptions of the teacher training program? What are the challenges practicum teachers encounter during teaching practice? And what are the support and training needs relevant to informing the improvement of the teacher education program? Mrs. Brown-Taylor will do the lit review.
Now, the literature speaks to several factors. What are the requirements for teacher training programs? Darling Hammond 2017 speaks to the fact that there should be an alignment with the current educational context and the challenges that teachers face in their classrooms. Should there be a balance between the theoretical foundations of education with practical hands-on experiences? Yes, according to Perrines 2020. There should also include active and collaborative learning, according to Alexandro 2020. And also, faculty members should have
have important roles in providing mentorship and support to students during their practicum exercise. Another factor to be considered, responsibilities of practicum teachers. Yes, the practicum is very critical, but also practicum teachers must realize that they have certain responsibilities and roles that they must be mindful of. Basha 2022 offered the following. They should be able to relay subject content, have an in-depth understanding of the subject matter, utilize various strategies and techniques, understand students and their learning styles, and also know how to interact with students and how to manage their behaviors. A critical component of what they are responsible for is the whole idea of professionalism. Now, the TCJ Assessment Rubric 2022 speaks to student teachers demonstrating professionalism. Challenges student teachers encounter on practicum. Now, this is not a Jamaica thing. It is global. So there are researches done in Australia, Botswana, Philippines, and Saudi Arabia that speaks to some of these challenges. Now, some of these student teachers or practicum teachers, they felt frustrated in their practicum classrooms, which were negatively associated with students' fit with their cooperating teacher, satisfaction, and teacher efficacy. That's according to Van Shagen and Crosby 2017. Also, gaps between theories learned and reality in schools, which resulted in inadequacy of student teachers to deal with disadvantaged schools. There's also a research done by Wilkes, Snow, Lassick, and Bolin 2019 that states that there are needs for more behavior management strategies, assessment tasks, and improved university to school transitions. Now, in order for us to garner reliable data for the research, the researchers decided on using a mixed methodology. In fact, it was a sequential explanatory mixed method research which was utilized. And we saw where we utilized both quantitative and qualitative data collection and analysis techniques in sequential phases. Now, mixed methods provide participants with the opportunity to be heard, Fetters 2016. Creswell 2014 stated that when both qualitative and quantitative data are used together, it provides better understanding of the research problem than using either by itself. The population included years 3 and 4 student teachers because they would have gone through the practicum process. And we had a total of 314, which comprised 159 year 4 and 155 year 3 student teachers who have already completed the exercise. And they all represented 12 specializations which are currently being offered. Now, from that population, we had 100 participants, which comprised 18 males and 82 females who would have responded to the questionnaire. And we had 12 students who participated in interviews. Now, the questionnaires were electronically completed by the students. And for the interviews, we had 2 sets of semi-structured interviews conducted, which included 6 students each. Sampling was a non-probability convenience sampling technique that was used to select participants for the questionnaire aspect, the quantitative phase of the research, and purposive sampling technique was used to select participants for the 2 semi-structured interviews. All right, so a web-based questionnaire was created using Google Forms and was distributed electronically. And it had 18 open and closed-ended questions. For the face-to-face interviews, we had 7 open-ended and probing questions, which were used to elicit comprehensive data from the students.
Okay, I will be concentrating on the findings. And for the interview aspect of the research, when we got to research question 1 that says, what are the practicum teachers' perceptions of the teacher training program? And the question that asks, the specific question was, the teacher training program adequately prepare practicum students for classroom challenges. Now it's interesting to note that 51% strongly, disagreed that it prepared them, and 22% strongly disagreed. So in total, you had 73% that says that it did not adequately prepare them for practicum. Right, but not all is doom and gloom. However, you did have some positive coming out. One person said there was no task that I had to perform that the program didn't already prepare me for. Another person said every information they provide was helpful. Yet another person, everything learned to this point had some form of impact, whether directly or indirectly, and it prepares me adequately in order to cater to the different learning style. It prepared me to professionally and respectfully manage time respectfully. However, we got down to a specific question again. The greatest need of the teacher training program is to better align content with realities of the classroom. And then you look at it, 44% agreed, and a further 48 strongly agreed that the greatest need for the teacher training program is to align them with what is happening in the classroom. And the other question asked, the greatest need of the teacher training program is to provide sufficient hands-on experiences for practicum students. And again, you realize that 40% strongly agreed, while another 52% agreed that that is what the program should aim for. However, when we got to research question 2, we found out that they had quite a bit of challenges. And chief among the challenges that we found was inadequate or unavailability of technology in the classroom. That was a surprise to me, because I thought they would say classroom management and all of that, but the greatest need for them was not being able to use technology. In fact, when I broke this down, you cannot see all the strands, or you can, but you probably can't read it from where you are. 71% said that they had a challenge with not being able to use the technology. Following closely is struggles with catering to curriculum needs, and that was 53% of them. Unsatisfactory classroom management techniques, you had 52 of them said that they struggled with that, and then 52%, sorry. And then assessment of teaching and learning, 27%. Ineffective lesson planning and teaching strategies, 22%. That was not all, but those were the greatest of the challenges that they had. All right, so based on what we found on the questionnaire, we went to the open face interviews, and so we asked more probing questions, and we focused more on the challenges that they encountered, and we broke them up according to what we saw coming out of the questionnaire. And these are direct quotes that I'm using from their words. Y31 would be a year 3 student. Y4 would be a year 4 student. So just to tell you the codes that we used. This person said, I believe exceptionalities was an issue for most of us. For some of us, this would have been our first time in the classroom, and we would have realized that some of the students there are different. And you should have been there, and I told you about the differences that they found there when they spoke. This second person said, I speak for myself as well as others. We were not really prepared to handle that one, and that one being exceptionalities. The problem is that we did not go through the course, and this course they're talking about is special needs in education. They said that they didn't go through the course before going on year 3 practicum, and so they were not fully prepared to handle what they found out there. This question was taken directly from the questionnaire, and this respondent said, regarding the curriculum, more practice is certainly needed with using the NSC curriculum effectively. So they are telling us that they really need some more practice in regards to using NSC. And said, we are not expected to this, we are not exposed to the special education curriculum prior to the teaching practicum. Rather, we were exposed to the NSCI, and they think that they should be exposed to both. In terms of lesson planning, because then this was also one of the challenges coming out. This year 4 student said, for me, I think I have not mastered writing objective at year 4. I know we are to have them with the different levels, especially the higher levels. I still struggle with that along with time management. And classroom management, I was not familiar with the methods to deal with disruptive students in my class. Lack of resources, and ladies and gentlemen, I am just picking out some of the things that they said. Year 3 students, we are expected to teach using various type of technologies, but that is really, the reality is that most schools do not even have electrical sockets. And from the questionnaire, I think a lot of time is spent on incorporating technology. While I appreciate this and these courses, the truth is, the school's classroom and students are really not fully equipped for incorporating technology. All right, as it comes to, and this is where the interview got really interesting. We got some stuff about cooperating teachers, right? This person said, cooperating teachers do not show up after introducing the teacher to the classroom or provide guidance in planning lessons according to the needs of the classroom. And we selected a nice one that we could share here. There are others. And this one person said, my support system was inadequate as the teacher wasn't able to control the class as well and also needed the resources that was necessary also. Right? So the last question that we looked at, the research question, what are the support and training needs relevant to informing the improvement of the teacher education program? And year 2 TP should allow practice in authentic classroom. What they're saying is that instead of having them go out, all right, in-house, yes, they should go out and see what the reality is out there. So it says more courses on special education. One course is definitely not enough. Year 3, even in our general courses, we can have specific units that focuses on that aspect. That's the special education. It doesn't have to be as long as the other units, but should help to focus on real life issues. And course should include some practical experience that allows practicum students to teach special education students. And the year 4 students said, I think they should have some sessions where they take us to schools that have students with exceptionalities so we can see how they, that's this children out there function so that we can spend some time with them. Use of simulation and role-playing to address issues in classroom management, and more practical approaches, less theory and more hands-on approach, more exposure to curricula used in school. So they're saying instead of I'm a secondary person, I just focus on the secondary aspect, then I should be exposed to all aspects of curriculum so that I am able to better equip myself. All right.
Well, look at that. I am rested and we are at recommendations. All right. So definitely, there is need for further research. This research was done at one college, and so other students from other colleges need to be involved for us to determine if these challenges are contextual or, you know, these are similar across the different teachers' colleges, because we really want to have a comprehensive view of the struggles that the students experience on practicum. Another recommendation is that course delivery and assessments, as suggested by the students, should be modified to include more practical application components. There was actually some of the respondents who said that they don't think that the college can do any more because the contexts of the classrooms vary, and they are the ones who should make a decision about what strategies they should apply in seeking to problem solve. However, we can certainly take a look at how courses are organized to determine if there is a better way, you know, in terms of when we deliver the courses, the sequence, thank you for that, to ensure that the students are equipped. More exposure to curricula used in schools. In many cases, the secondary teachers are involved in the workshops, but we, at the college level, are not included in the workshops. So our students will go out and they meet apps or other curricula. And so we as lecturers need to participate in those workshops to ensure that our students are au fait with the different curricula. And cooperating teachers, and by extension participating schools, need to be formally prepared to play their roles in supporting practicum students. Sometimes it feels as if the colleges are begging schools to participate. And so I think from the Ministry of Education angle or level, they need to play a role in ensuring that these schools are doing what is expected of them. And you know, the irony is our same students who are complaining now will soon become the cooperating teachers. Hopefully, they aren't found wanting, right? Another suggestion is for our inclusion of more experts in the field. So we bring in the deans of disciplines, we bring in the teachers of special educations for, you know, their participation as resource persons to inform our students about the realities of the classroom, to equip them with tools and strategies, because they are the ones who are in the authentic experiences and can better inform. And finally, we need to strengthen our thrust in ensuring that our students develop application skills. We really cannot teach them everything, but we can certainly give them the practice that will develop their problem-solving skills, their constructive competencies, etc. And so we need to go beyond the walls. Ministry of Education, if you're listening, go beyond the walls of your offices and realize that there are schools without plugs. So the laptops you gave the teachers, they cannot use them. They cannot use them, all right? And we, the lecturers and administrators at the tertiary institutions, we too need to go beyond the walls so we become more aware of the realities of the classrooms and ensure that we adequately support our students on the teaching practicum exercise. Thank you so much for your participation.
Beyond the walls, using teaching practicum experiences to inform educational reform. Do we have any questions or comments? Okay, the microphone is right there. Just go there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to commend you for a very riveting, practical approach to teaching practicum. However, in terms of sequencing the courses, I think that TCJ and the boards of studies need to look at how the courses are sequenced, because some of the courses would be more beneficial to students before they go on teaching practice. Also, mention was made of the fact that there are things happening out there in the schools that college lecturers do not know about. In terms of syllabus would have changed. And so we, as college lecturers, need to go beyond the walls. Thank you very much for a good presentation.
Thank you so much. And your points are quite valid. And we're not going to wait on other stakeholders to problem solve. We have to take a proactive approach, right? So I am one of the methodology teachers for literature methodology. And when I wasn't aware of what was happening with the SBA for literature, you know, I had to call on some colleagues to ensure that I'm aware. So ministry didn't call me, so I don't know anything, so I'm not going to prepare them. So we have to fill in the gaps. All of us have a role to play. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. One thing I find interesting in the findings is the students seem to be caught off guard in terms of the realities in the classroom, because it was only 4 years ago that they were in the classroom. So my question is, in the interviews conducted, were they asked to reflect and comment on how is the classroom different from when they were a student to they're being a practicing a training teacher now?
No, that was not done.
Research. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Authors.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
I'm not going to call any name because I could be, mix up, yes. Really just a comment based on one of your findings about the cooperating teacher, and to really link that to pushing down those walls. One of the things that I find is that most of us as lecturers at the teachers' colleges now, if not all of us, would have taught in the high schools or primary school, I think, yes, at some point. But what I've found is that when we leave, we really leave. And there's very little interrelation and connection between us at the teachers' colleges and the other level. I could talk about even the salary negotiations that just went on the other day, but I won't.
Right, Dr. Garth?
Yes. Amen. Now, the point I'm making is that because there is such a gap between the teachers' colleges and the schools where the students are doing the practicum, we find that the cooperating teachers themselves don't understand their roles as a part of the practicum process. And that the cooperating teacher himself or herself is a supervisor. They are really spending more time with our teachers on practicum than we are. We go in, we aim for 4 times, maybe 6. They ought to be there every day. How then do we bridge that gap? We need to leave from the walls of our castles and go into the schools and have these kinds of discussions with the schools, with the cooperating teachers, to say that we need your help. Yes. This is your role. We may not be able to pay you, but the ministry pays you. And so we have to be able to bridge that gap. Because we too need the help, right? And so this is how we are going to find out that it's going to be a little bit easier for the students and that there will no longer be that issue where the teachers are so happy that the practicing teachers are there because they get a little break, right? And that is what happens. So I think that we are the ones who really have to go out there. Hopefully the colleges will allow us, with all the hours that we have to teach at the colleges, so
Plus
that we can
research.
have that interaction with the schools and the cooperating teachers. Thank you.
Can you see me now? A good solution to that would be that we can invite them in, like for training, workshops, like CSEC, all of that. And while doing that, we can implore them to, these students are coming to you. You need to mentor and supervise them for us. Coming on in the colleges as well. Yeah. Mhm.
Good afternoon, and thank you for a very, very interesting presentation. A lot of the issues you mentioned, I think, are very close to all our hearts. I want to add to what Mrs. Wanless just said about the divide between the colleges and the classroom. And I recall going to a workshop where one teacher training institute in I believe it's California, I'm not going to say the name because I might get it wrong, they insist that their lecturers every 3 years have to go back and teach in a high school for a term to get an idea of what it's like out there. And the teachers then come back with a whole different set of tools to share. And so that is an interesting thing. The other thing that I would like to urge all of us to do is to, here it is that lots of the curricula that I have seen in my department, they have been rewritten. We have written new curricula, but these curricula have not been approved for 4 years, some of them. And we have tried to update, and we have tried to align, but we can't do it. Or if we do it, we have to do it sneakily. We just teach differently than what is supposed to be on paper. And so we need to do something about that because our students are asking for it. You know, we have tried to update, and yet these things are happening. And I now have a question about the lesson plan procedure. And I know this is an international thing, and we as Jamaica want to be on board with the 5E lesson plan. I think it's a good lesson plan, but I'm wondering if, in the interests of our students and their stress levels, we can summarize that plan. You know what I mean? When I see what my students are producing, like 10-page lesson plan, 12-page lesson plan, and I'm saying to myself, but how in the world is that supposed to be sustained? And they're complaining and they're saying, what miss, how can you do this? And the truth is, I don't do it. I summarize when I plan my classes, and I think we need to get a little more real about that because we can't expect them to produce 12-page lesson plans and they're teaching 12 sessions a week. That's my question.
Go ahead, Dr. Gar. Thank you so much.
Somebody's asking when. Can't say because I want to hold the job for the time. Many of us, we talk about our interaction with what happens in primary and secondary school. Should we participate in our QECs? And that may be a foreign language.
know which one we fall in, and we don't turn up there. Nobody knows about the QE scheme. We should go and read it up. That's where you meet your colleagues from elsewhere and the interaction. Just say, sequencing of courses. I only have one question to ask. Who sequenced the courses? Okay? And no answer? Who did the sequencing of the courses?
The boards. The boards
Good. So
of
they were
study.
sequenced by you guys.
So,
I'm leaving it there because sometimes we put it there as though it is some other entity somewhere else. But you did it, and some of us who are administrators cried out for some of the things you put in the courses and the sequencing of it. Literally cried out. I like the idea of going back to, I don't know you personally, but it's a good thing. The other day, I went to supervise, some of you would probably not survive. The other day, I went to supervise some students and teaching practice. It was a good experience for me to go out into the schools to see what's happening. I don't know if it was good for the students, but it was certainly good for me. And some of them, after the exercise, came and said, boy, they couldn't imagine. I was sitting there nervous, but they did well. We had a good time. It is sometimes good. The other way to get involved, some of us we are good at presenting. And do you market your skills when it's time for PDs to get into these schools? Do you package those skills? You wait for school to invite you? You must invite yourself and get money. Who said that you can make money? So we have to get out there to make money and invite ourselves into the schools. Some of you, when you go to the different schools to supervise the students, you take past the principal's office. God go to business because you're a lecturer. You don't even stop by to say I'm here. When I usually stop by the principal, I'm in your vicinity. What's happening today? Some of us don't bother because we're lecturers. We kind of up there, so we don't stop. Some of it, the initiative must come from us. Nowhere else. Some of it, our initiative to find out what's happening. Do workshop with the teachers. Call in the cooperating teachers into your colleges and go to them and talk with them and have conversations with them. And if you don't do it, who is it going to do it? Those fat cat principals? They're them inside there. None of them in here. Good. That's what I have.
thank you, Dr. Anderson. That's the final question.
Colleagues, everyone, please, please, we're out of time. We're
In all fairness to us, colleagues, and I want to pose this question based on what Doctor just said, and I saw it in your recommendations that we address the curriculum issues, and my colleague Tina, she mentioned that too. But in all fairness, I'm saying, how can we make changes when we are still shackled to the 2014 curriculum? We have suggestions for us, many of us, myself. I have written up my curriculum, and I'm waiting for the opportunity. We are waiting for the opportunity to make those changes. My question is, why are we still shackled to the 2014 curriculum? Why is it that we can use no other one? The review was done by us from 2018. What is the position? We need to move on. We need to be released from that shackle, from those shackles, so that we can make the adjustments.
all right. All right. No, we can only take one more. I'm sorry about
All right,
that.
thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me commend the presenters. I believe they have started a conversation that we really need to have. And to talk more about this thing called teaching practice. And I want us to focus on the practice part of it. because I think that is where we are losing out. I note in one of the responses that students were saying that they want to go out on year 2. I know that some colleges allow the students to go out, and that is debatable. I don't know to what extent it helps or it hurts, but it can be a conversation. The part I want us to really look at, colleagues, and we're talking about preparing teachers, and we need to take that seriously. I'm one of those persons who believe that we should go back to this one-year internship. After 4 years, you get a B.Ed, but you're not yet a teacher. You're not yet a teacher. You need now to prove yourself after this 1 year, and then we go through a process of now certifying you. Welcome now to the profession. You're now a teacher. I believe that is where we need to go. Because that 1 year, I can tell you, will say a lot to you whether this is what you want to do for a lifetime or not. If you want to take your degree and go, but you're not yet a teacher. You need to now prove that you're a teacher after this period of assessment. And I believe we need to talk about it as teacher educators about what it is that we are doing. We're not just giving them a degree after 4 years. We are preparing teachers, and that should mean something.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Anderson, could you come here, please? I'm going to ask you kindly to hand these certificates to your... Yes. I am happy about it. So you could come. See, I'm the moderator? Right. I am. Yes. Very proud. All right, so the names are correct. They must know who belong to what. You understand? So you're just going to, Dr. Anderson, I'm going to ask you to go to the front. So the picture. Ardeen Reed Virtue. Uppercut, right? Then Elaine Brown Taylor. Lola Bennett. Oh, the gifts. Yes. All right. So, how many of us want to go to the beach now? You want to go to the pool? It's time. It's time. It's that time. But let us just give the ladies another round of applause. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. When we leave this room, all right, Dr. Anderson, could you behave yourself, sir? Thank you. Let me just give you a few instructions. When we leave this room, we go to our rooms, but remember, get back here tomorrow for 9 a.m. This morning when we got here, some of us weren't. So get up a little earlier, make sure you get to breakfast on time so that we can be in the room right on time and leave as we should. Yes, Dr. Anderson. Okay. Got that? All right. All right, thank you. Remember to do the video and make sure that you post it, tag teachers, colleges. I'm not hearing you. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. If you did not evaluate the session just now, remember scan and evaluate so the ladies can have your feedback. All right? Ensure that you do the evaluation exercise.
Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel.